Good day, everyone. Welcome back to How to Unbudget Your Party here in Digimon World 2. So last time we left off, we discovered, we're lower on funds. And we have a lot of grinding to do. But all is not lost, for I have had an epiphany. I've decided to stop being a bit silly, and we're going to demonstrate something uh, that hopefully you will find pretty, con- pretty convenient. And that is, say you don't want to grab the BIOS domain Metal Greymon, or say you only grabbed one and then you realize, I could have really used a second one to DNA with, because it's very convenient. It gets Hornbuster on a Digimon without having to go into the Kabuterimon line. Because if there's anything else that you will notice, it is a bloody nightmare to get out. Okay, it's not difficult. It's just time consuming because you have to take multiple steps. You have to go from an insectoid type Digimon to a marine type to a dragon type, and then your options open up a bit from there. And so, so if you don't like, say, Grand Kuwagamon or Heracles Kabuterimon, then you could potentially have to go through some redundant steps to get to a Digimon that you actually do like. Let alone if you need to swap between Virus and Vaccine or to Data or to Bow or something like that as well in the process. So you also have, if you're like me, you also don't care for anything with the Data type aquatic Digimon on offer. Well, okay, I like Marine Angemon just fine because that's the water type vaccine ultimate that's in the game, the only one. Um, I like him just fine. The issue is his technique is extremely lackluster. It's a single target attack that does lower damage than a single target's perfect tier technique would do, generally. Oh, but it can inflict motivation down, which is the Edamon line's specialty as well. Well, Edamon and the Monzaimons, or Warrior Monzaimon, whatever. You get the idea. Anyway, the issue is it's also randomly targeted. and it has a small chance of proccing in the first place. So it's just terrible. And then Pokemon, I just don't care for. It's sort of the mid um, tier for AoEs at the ultimate tier of techniques, and its MP cost is just too high for what damage it does. You might as well. It doesn't do all that much damage than Night Raid, for example, but yeah, I'll just maybe my memory is faulty. Oh, Needle Squall. See, it's 80 MP. 80. You know what else is 80 MP? No, never mind. Smiley Warhead is 40 MP, but it's a counterattack, and if it's triggered, the attack power becomes 60, and it becomes AOE. Reminder: 60 AP is tied for the strongest single target attack. So basically, at worst, it's going to match Terra Force. But if the counter's triggered, then you just got an AoE Terra Force for 40 MP. Not 80, 40. And then, let's see. Uh, yeah, look at this. This is 30 AP for 40 MP. Half the cost for, let's see, what was the other one? 42? Not even, so, for not even 50% more AP, the cost is doubled. It just isn't worth it. Plus, honestly, I'm not I'm just not too into his design as well. There's also that. So that leaves data for aquatic types, which also means that you have to get to the Kabuterimon line as opposed to the Kuwagamon line, which is doable, and I will actually demonstrate that here shortly. Still haven't found a use for this Vamdemon, by the way. Um, one of the speed runs, one of the speedrun routes, I forget if it's the Vera start or the vaccine start, will actually combine the trade Holy Angemon with the Vamdemon. Just as soon as you get it, you don't even bother leveling the Vamdemon any. And then they'll become Angemon, and then he'll become Andromon. And then you'll have a healer that also has a decent AoE attack. And you won't have Tidal Wave. You'll have double Scissor Arm Omega and Andromon, but you won't have Tidal Wave. Tidal Wave doesn't speed things up though. It just makes boss fights a bit safer because they do less damage. So not so much speed as consistency. Incidentally, That's probably the current world record, actually, because as I'm thinking about it, one of the reasons why you do that is, well, you don't end up with Waymon, and it's because you you don't they don't bother they skip the BIOS Metal Greymon, so you can't Metal Greymon plus Woodmon into Waymon like we did, for example. Speaking of, I did copy that step, but the result is it'll get the job done, but really, once you're done with Tidal Wave, and then you're just a Hornbuster bot, I guess, and it can't really do anything else worthwhile, which we have been bumping up against a bit. But the big thing is, it's extremely convenient to have two Scissor Arm Omega users, which we've sort of buggered because both of the speedrun routes that I have looked at in the past do so. Why I didn't copy that for this, I don't know. I guess. Oh, well, I do know why actually. It's because I was trying to rush too much, and I was concerned about, oh, we're going to end up with two Okuamon or Kuwagamon line at the same time, and that's boring for viewers. But then I remembered this little method that you can actually just construct a better version of the BIOS Metal Greymon and solve the issue entirely, which I'll demonstrate. Here today. And which also means, unfortunately, my lad, my Metal Seedramon lad, is going to be replaced. It's okay, bud. Uh, we've got you on the main file. We'll use you in Terra Domain. So let's get to it. Also, get used to seeing Magnadramon because that's probably what our third's going to end up being. I'm not. I'm not 100% what I want to turn him into, but let's see. Yeah, let's actually see. All right. So you have heals, but you don't have Necromagic. That's another thing. I really love having Necromagic and Heaven's Heal together. So you, as long as you're paying any bit of attention, you will never run out of HP or MP. So you don't even need healing items at all once you get those two in combination. Um, but unfortunately, okay. So what I've come up with is a bit of a rewrap of sorts. Instead of using the trade Holy Angemon to put into the level 31 Okuamon, because that one's still the same. Um, trade Megadramon into the Yanmamon that you have to catch to progress story to give you a free Okuamon is just too brilliant a move. Like, I would do that every single playthrough, as long as it wasn't, say, a monotype only playthrough or something like that. But any more regular playthrough, I would do it every time. That's just too good. It's just a free Okuamon, and you even get a touch Grand Kuwagamon, even though you don't get his ability. You do get to boost your HP and MP by a bit by the extra evolution. Um, But one thing you can do is depending on what you start, you can use either. So if you start Silver Cross, like we have here, you can use the starter Greymon to mix with the Grand Coagamon and shift over to the Kabuterimon line, just like we have here. Um, if you have started anything but Silver Cross, then you can finish getting this lad maxed out and turn him into Yuki Daramon, and then use it to mix with the Grand Kawagamon to get into the Kabuterimon line. So that's something you can do. As for what to do with the trade Holy Angemon, if we hadn't done that and we used either Greymon or Yukidaramon instead to end up with Heracles Kabuterimon, what we could do is take the trade Holy Angemon and capture a wild Soulmon and combine them, and you would get Necromagic on the resulting Holy Angemon. Or actually, I think he would go into Andromon. But either way, you would have Necromagic and Heaven's Heal. You would also have Fairy Tale from since as the bonus trade move, and then you could combine that with the better Metal Greymon that we're constructing, and you would end up with a Super Magnadramon at the end of it that can heal and all that good stuff, and has Necromagic. But anyway, let's actually first. So I have two toy planes. Since I've already wasted, quote unquote, wasted the trade Holy Angemon, I'm going to just use these toy planes and I'm going to capture a Soulmon and a wild Holy Angemon and then immediately combine them together. I'm not even going to bother raising them just to, because it'll take just to speed things along for you. Normally I would, and they'd probably end up as Seraphimon. I'm actually torn because the better thing to do would just be construct another Phantomon, just like how we made the Holy Angemon that went into this, where we just well with that one we had a shortcut to getting Phantomon because we had the trade Wizardmon already came with Necromagic. Um, but we can do things a bit faster. Yeah, we used Give me one moment to think. Because now I'm waffling on. You know what? Might as well give you a preview of this is actually roughly how you start my little power. Oh, but before anything, we're going to get started on the metal Greymon. So first off, we need Kunimon. So let me just figure out which domain would be most convenient for getting Kunimon. So with Kunimon, so he's going to turn into Kawagamon, and he's going to cap at 13. 13 or 14, either one doesn't matter. I'm going to cap at one of them. Now, we just need anything that can turn him back into Kunemon. Any adult level. So you can capture a wild Kuwagamon and get him to 20, and then merge with the Kunemon, and then or you could just anything here. Alkatorimon works, Bakemon works, Kentarumon, Cyclomon, Darkleezamon, Deltamon, Davidramon, Devimon, Dremogamon, Dark Tyrannomon, Threesamon, Flymon, Hyogamon, Ice Devimon, Icemon, Jungle Mojimon, Kirimon, Kokatorimon, uh, Monochromon, Tushidarimon, Nanimon, Nisei Dremogamon, Igamon, Ogremon, Red. Just you get the idea. There's darn near anything you capture is going to. So you just need to capture something that can go to 20. Huh. We could skip some steps and just capture a wild Soulmon, actually, and do it. But yeah, okay. And remember, you want. That's not what we need to go to. That's not. This works. Now, remember, you want to make sure that the champion levels to 20. That's important. It has to be 20, which means it has to be a level 12 or 13 wild um, Digimon. So whichever one you catch, it needs to be 12 or 13. So it caps at 20. The wild Soulmon will actually cap at 21. Um, so you could touch Phantomon if you wanted. Although, um, there's one cheeky thing you can do with a wild Soulmon. where you could take a BIOS Metal Greymon. It has to be a BIOS one. The one that we're going to make won't work without wasting a bunch of money. So we'll just say if you capture a BIOS Metal Greymon, and then you level him up, and then Wild Soulmon appear, you can catch one, and then take it to. You can stop at 20. You do not want to evolve it to Phantomon. So even if you hit 21, don't evolve it. You want it to stay Soulmon. And then you mix that with the BIOS Metal Greymon, and you'll get a Toyagumon that will become a Leomon, which will become an Ice Leomon, which will become Saber Leomon. And this is important. Saber Leomon, level 20 or level 31 rather. This is important because unlike Leomon and Pangeamon, or Ice Leomon, whatever you want to call him, he is not vaccine. They're vaccine. He is data. Which means you could capture, say, a Kunemon and then combine those, and now you have a level 33 Grand Kawagumon that has Necromagic, that has the full HP heal from Ice Leomon, that has Hornbuster, and that has Scissor Arm Omega, obviously, and has X Scissor Claw, which is Grand Kawagumon's move, which is one of the higher tier. It's not the top, but it's right below the top tier single target ultimate techniques, damage wise, or AP wise, rather. So that's one thing you can do. And honestly, that's a better use of the BIOS Metal Greymon than going into Waymon, really. Because it gives you an easy second Scissor Arm Omega user. However, again, this better BIOS Metal Greymon that we're building, we cannot do that with. So I actually will. This is what I was looking for. Where was it? Soul Monster. There he was. There he was. Okay. Kunemon locations. So we want to go to disk or SCSI domain to capture the Kunemon. And then Soulmon. Not video because he's a boss there. Obviously you can't catch that. I guess we'll have to go back to, we'll go to one of those. Okay, so first off, we're definitely not going to waste. We're definitely not going to waste toy planes on a Kunemon. I think Tank will do it. We'll just grab those. So we'll head to SCSI domain. Capture Sukunemon. Suppose it was too convenient for him to be right there. Cheeky. Oh, what floor were they? 2. Okay. Don't want the penguin ones. We want the little slimy lad. Okay, there we go. One D tier gift is enough to get a small heart. So obviously a C will get you a medium heart. So Kunimon or Kunimon, either one work. It doesn't matter. It just needs to be one of the insects, the various insects. Um, Here, let's just. So if we Soul Chopper, and make sure to knock out Gazimon first, then either one of these that joins, it doesn't matter. One will cap at 14 and the other will cap at 13. But either way, the wild Soulmon that we catch is going to hit 20. Um, so it's the higher level. And 13 and 14, neither one are evenly divisible by 5. So or neither one is a tier above the other when it comes to 5s. So either way, they're going to add 2 levels. That's what I'm very clumsily trying to say. I suppose the Dokunamon would be 1 level less than the Kunimon, but again, it doesn't matter. Okay. Regular Kunimon after all. That was shocking. Failing to capture with a medium heart on a child level? You know what? Uh, yeah, we'll worry about it later. So that's 1 down. Look at the little lads. Let's go ahead and get him in the party. And now, I have to figure out which domain I want to capture Soulmon in. Also, might as well. This Magnadramon is worthless to us, as is Vamdamon. And we're going to actually be capturing stuff, so we need the space. Before we head off for Solomon, it probably would be maybe should have stayed at SCSI. Because now so the Solomon plus the Kunimon is going to get us a Kunimon that can go to 22. So there's Okuamon. So there's another Scissor Arm Omega. Um, but we need Hornbuster. So if we just capture a Tentomon, honestly, really most vaccines can. Oh, Never mind. So, okay, if you were just raw dogging it, so to speak, then, and yes, you can. Okay, floor 4. So I should keep going, but we don't actually have to with our specific setup. So normally, again, you would Kunimon and then something that hits 20 that can go into another Kunimon, which is basically anything that isn't vaccine or aquatic is going to get you back to Kunimon. So again, the wild adults level has to be level 12 minimum, so they can hit 20, and then that'll get you a level 22 Akuamon, and then just any non-aquatic vaccine type, more or less, will get you to the Tentomon line. So then you'll end up with Atler Kabuterimon at level 24. But conveniently for us, I believe at least, yes, we can make use of our starter after all. Because we can just mix the Okuamon with Greymon, and it will become the Atler Kabuterimon. And then we will combine that with um, this Hikakumon that we leveled up from Penguinmon for story progression, and we'll end up with a level 26 Waymon. From there, so at that point we'll have Tidal Wave, we'll have Scissor Arm Omega, and we'll have Necromagic, and we'll also have Hornbuster. And then from there we'll grab 2 Madoki Betamon, or Madoki Betamon and a Gizamon, or 2 Gizamon, it doesn't matter, from boot to main. Make a level 16 Dark Tyrannomon, and then merge that with the Waymon, and then you'll end up with a level 29 Metal Greymon to work with. Yeah, so the bugs are a good starting point because it's so annoying to get out of them. As long as you can work your way through other things. And then after that, we'll go capture a wild Holy Angemon. And uh, I guess we could just immediately fuse it with the Metal Greymon and end up with the Super Magnadramon. Or we could raise it, I suppose. I'm trying to see 29. The Wild Holy Angemon will probably go to 28, but we'll say 20. So 25, that's 5 levels. So we can add 4 or 5 levels, depending on if we raise it or not. So we'd end up with a level 33 or 34 Magnadramon. Which is about in line, because the Metal Seedramon was going to go to 35. So the funny thing is, when I came up with this, how to just construct a better Bios Metal Greymon, I actually ended up I actually started with a Tentomon and then turning it into similar to the uh, Kuwagamon, the Kunamon thing, turning it into Atler Kabuterimon at 22, and then into Waymon. Now, to do that, so you would mix the Ikakumon that you catch for story, right? So uh, that gets you to a 24 Waymon. However, you would have to use the DNA up chip you get from the Colosseum uh, on the Gomamon that you get for mixing the Atler Kabuterimon with the Ikakumon. Otherwise, he does not become Ikakumon, he becomes Tortomon. And Tortomon does not become Waymon, he becomes Zudomon. So, something to keep an eye out for. And then at the end of it, you'll end up with a level 27 uh, Metal Greymon that has Hornbuster. But then I realized, wait, if you start with getting Okuamon, then you could also get Scissorarm Omega on said Metal Greymon with one extra step and make him significantly better as opposed to just um, moderately better. So yeah, that's how all that went. I was honestly hesitant to do a lot of this because a lot of this is involved in my little quote unquote power recipes. So it's laser and colored. Okay, so I always forget where laser and colored actually. But we're going to go to one of the domains over here because you can find Wild Saruman on lower floors. Because in laser you have to go to floor 8, and in code you'd have to go to floor 9 to find the buggers. And as opposed to if we go to soft or patch domain, we could get them at floor 3. So is it soft or patch? Diode's an option as well. You could get it earlier. Floor 6. 6 is fine. It's better than 9. Um, diode or scan. But we'll just go to patch or soft. I hope this isn't a Tizzy room or a thing to go through here. Also, we're very likely going to definitely level cap the other two members of the party in doing this, but that's is that I think that's purple. Lost. Well, we didn't want to do that. Whatever. We'll just exit and re-enter. I will do this fight though, just to get Kunimon a level. Yeah, that was silly of me. For some reason, I thought we already had the arm, but no, it was a bit too out of our price range. So what was that? Patch? Let's try again. We're going to do this. Well, it doesn't matter. The Kunimon's going to cap it. Level 14, I believe. So we need to try to get him to 10 before we catch the Soulmon. I believe our speed buggered us there once again. See, we'll have less chance of this happening as well after doing all this. It's really worth it. Honestly, I should have just gotten double Scissor Arm Omega to begin with. Definitely smooths things out significantly. Much less chance of getting ripped over by speed. Well, that's no good. That only goes there. I'm really going to have to go down here and go all the way around. I want my money back. Can't say I'm too fussed about doing the bucket line fight. It's still enough experience, but it's the principle of the thing, doggone it. Because we do need to worry about our money as well, so. That is not. Oh, yeah. You okay, lad? I think I'm lagging a bit. You know what? Well, this is a much better start. Now I have to get those 2 levels again. So when the shooter gun's damaged, you can't fire gifts, so we wouldn't have been able to capture Soulmon. Well, I guess it's just 1 level. We just did 1 more fight. So we didn't lose too much progress. Let's go ahead and save here, because starting in floor 3 is when we can get the wild Soulmon, supposedly. Wrong order again. Also, our team cop's going to end up with double vaccine single data this this way, which is probably the second best team comp uh, for the late game beyond just having one of each type, as opposed to double data single vaccine, which is the second worst type behind being triple data. Hmm. What's that? Okay. Another one of those fights. Those are doable. Now, once we get some, well, we'll definitely need to raise his speed to make it. Okay. Once we purchase everything, I'll get some speed chips to pump up to make sure both duos, both of the Scissor Arm Omega users, are consistently outspeeding the Rosemon. Or at the very least, one of them will be nigh guaranteed to. That's the thinking. That's the hope, at least. Oh, looks like no Soulmon on this floor. Make fix. It's not what we wanted to see. What's going over there? Okay, there's the floor panel. And we have two more floors that can. Okay, there we go. There's our Solomon. Now, I'm actually curious. Okay, Toy Tank is not enough. Is two enough? Two toy tanks are enough, which means one toy boat should be enough. Hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to think. No, uh, luckily with what we have on hand, going to use the experiment over. I'm going to use the toy tanks just because, if nothing else, we could sell the toy bars. Okay, so Soulmon it is. Now, luckily, you twat. Why? Luckily, since Soulmon's the last in line, it means that we can just AoE them all down as long as they conk out at the same time. Then we'll be good to go. You must be joking. Did I not guard with Kunimon? Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm even going to trick or treat. And of course you went first. Why would you not? Okay. We have to level Soulmon anyway, so I'm actually not going to leave the domain, even though Kunimon conked out. We'll keep going a bit, see if we can't squeeze out some levels. Bargo. I got 2 in a rhythm. Oh, now we're going to be punished for it. Holy cow. There we go. Huh. Now, here's the funny thing. Look at Soulmon's MP. It should not be like that. And because it's like that, we actually cannot use his attack. Because it costs 40 and he only has 30. I don't know why this is like this. It's clearly a bug. It should probably be 130. Like it's very likely it should be around there. But for whatever reason, it's. I mean, look, Kunimon is at level 6 and has more. It's just one of those things, I suppose. This is kind of an annoying fight, but it's levels. Also, Pumpkinmon's going to get a level after this fight, I believe. I wish you would just fight in order. I don't understand it. The Kabuterimon and Kawagumon line are supposed to be really fast. They're supposed to have low defense, but be really fast and have high attack. So they have basically they have low HP, high speed, high attack. Okay, they have lower HP, low defense, high speed, high attack. That are their stats. But for some inexplicable reason, he's being outsped by a pumpkin. I don't understand. Okay. And luckily, Solmon's already 14, so it shouldn't take too long to get him to 20. Because again, we don't even have to get him all the way to 21. Because, well, in this case, we'd be fine to evolve him. It actually may be better because that way we get a head start towards Magnadramon. With an extra level. Let's see how the speed does. Yeah, it's about expected. That's about as expected. The weirdest thing is, as well, is this was Grand Koolgamon combined with the trade Holy Angemon. So he started as a Kabuterimon. He should not be this slow. Because it's going down to child form all the time that hurts their speed for whatever reason. It really buggers with their speed. They're doing way too much damage considering he's guarding, and I don't appreciate it. Seriously, bugger off. Uh, shouldn't have to worry about keeping a level 14 adult alive in a single fight that he started with full HP. I've about decided this fight's just not worth it at all. It's just too annoying. Whatever. This'll do it. But yeah, I had forgotten that they. I'm going to assume it's a bug or almost just an outright mistake. I don't think they intentionally gimped Wild Solmon's MP like that. Surely. Surely they wouldn't have done that just because he comes with Night Raid. Don't give him Night Raid, give him something else. If it was that big of an issue to you. I don't know. Wow. Let's see. 82, 83. Seriously, this is absurd. That attack's lovely, though. I appreciate that. I do, I do. Hey, one more level and he should be able to use a single attack. Maybe. If he gets, if he consistently gets 5 MP per level up. Perhaps. And if he's a real good lad, he might even, when he evolves to Phantomon, be able to use two. Boy, wouldn't that be something? It'd also be something if he could hit. Oh, now you're slow. Okay, okay. Everything is Daijobu. If I recall correctly, it's around 2,800 experience to level up to 21. So yeah, he can use it now. He got 6 MP for that level up. Oh boy. But yeah, I was running through. I basically spent most of yesterday brainstorming, trying to figure just trying to figure out what to do with the Vandemon. So one of uh, one of the speedrun routes, as I mentioned before, um, combines the trade Holy Angemon with the Vandemon, just to end up with Andromon that could theoretically become Seraphimon. Huh, not quite strong enough, huh, lad? What am I guarding for? You know what? I'm glad you missed. You deserve it. I'm certain of it. Okay, we could have guard with the two goobers and let him actually use his move for once. Make us proud, lad. Ah, look at him go. What a trooper. Oops. I thought he would level up after that. Also, maybe. Ah. Yeah, I was definitely mistaken on how much experience it takes to hit 21. It's 58, not 28, isn't it? 58. That's what it is. Why are you going first now? But yeah, I racked my brain a lot trying to come up with something. As well as, because always come back to, so I really adore the trade Megadramon into the story catch Yanmamon, giving you a free Okuamon combination. That is just so efficient and just smooth of an interaction I, that I keep trying to work in, like the trade Snow the trade or the required Ikakumon, um, the required Sayakumon, um, and then the required Tankmon. But nothing was working. Only 2 MP that level up. Lame. Why are you so lame? Get out of here. You're a disgrace. Break those pines at least. Are there going to be any wild Digimon on this floor? Or Shine's Point? No. Indeed. But luckily, that's where the build a better BIOS Metal Greymon comes in that you can make use. Make Fixie X, that's not bad. That's what, 500 bits? Probably just go to the next floor. With the build a better Metal Greymon, we can make use of the Ikakumon by combining him with the Adler Kabuterimon to get Awaymon. Um, but if you did, and then so that takes care of that, and then we also, at least, if I was doing what the route would be now instead of this hybridized version, you would use Yukidaramon or the Starter Greymon to merge into the Grand Kawagamon you end up with after the Megadramon Yanmamon fusion to go into Heracles Kabuterimon and get Hornbuster. So that would take care of that. Now, the Sayakumon comes into play in case you need to build another one of those Metal Greymon, which you might, because they're very convenient. I mean, they get you both your bug moves all in one go, as well as Tidal Wave. So you can use a second one with that. So basically, you can build 2 of them really easily without having to catch um, another water thing to turn them into. Honestly, the Yukidaramon could probably, uh, well, I suppose there's. What's the point of doing? Oh well, maybe when I can just check. So let's take a peek here, shall we? Well, yes. Um, or rather, yeah, Okuamon into the Yukidarumon that you can get from trade or evolving the trade Snaragmon will get you into the Tentomon line. I think we already figured that out, didn't we? Because I said, oh, I don't even have to catch a Tentomon. Uh, been trying to think too much the past couple days. It's not good for my noggin. But anyway, that's a use for everything except the Tankmon, essentially, with this route. And I've tried, but Tankmon just goes into some really inconvenient things. I'll tell you the real inconvenient thing is trying to get Skull Greymon um, because I'm zoning out again. The only way to get him would be to buy DNA at least. Is Mugandramon with one of the non-vaccine aquatic alternates. So Metal Seedramon, Plesiommon, or Pokemon. Because the only other way to get him is to evolve a Greymon that has 9 or higher DP. It's a bit annoying. And reason why you would want to get into him is because his attack is tied with Raidramon's attack for the strongest single target attack for perfect tier enemies. HP is getting a bit lower, so might as well see if we can fix that. If only you had necromagic. I actually don't want to kill all of them this turn. Well, the goal would be to kill one of them so I can necromagic off of them. Um, in practice, though, that may not. I was hoping that would be enough for Tuskmon. He's got to have a sliver left. As I was saying, a sliver. Well, I guess we're just clearing. Most likely, that's one of these shadow soul choppers miss. So, if you were curious, what I did on my main playthrough is I would do the little convenient uses of the trades just to get a boost of strength, so I could clear story content. But while I was going through the domains in between boss fights, I would be working on my actual team that I would use, uh, which involves the little power recipe that will show you once we clear the main story. Honestly, part of me wonders if I'm going. This is another thing that made things take so long. Is I kept going backward and forth on if I showed the building better Metal Greymon. I mean that's let's see that's to get the Okuamon's one DNA, to get Atla Calbuterimon's a second, to get Waymon's a third, and then to turn it to Metal Greymon. That's 4 steps. As opposed to, oh, I combined Megadramon with Yanmamon, and then I have Grand Coagumon. Now, obviously, this is going to be better in the long run because going to have significantly better. I think we'll probably just exit the domain after this fight because we have to revive Kunamon anyway, and then we'll finish off getting it to 11 and Solmon to as much as we can in another trip. So yeah, that's the plan. What was I saying? Oh, the trade-off to those little power recipes that I've demonstrated here is yes, they get you some strong stuff quickly, so you can uh, go through the story quicker, but you are missing out on some key things like what on earth is even going on anymore? How'd you not die? And then you missed. But yeah, it simply it takes a few steps to actually get the these really good move sets. Honestly, if this keeps up, and we guard enough with Antler Kabuterimon, we might just get it squeezed in another fight after all. You make me sad. Wait. So Necromagic can slurp MP away up to 3 times a fight, and it can heal up to 80 per time. Or I suppose to be more accurate, it can slurp from each enemy 3 times before it starts bringing nothing. This is a demonstration of why you want Necromagic on your healer, or healers. Must this not be enough? Yeah. That's okay. Well, that's alright. You should do like that genocide attack. Don't mind if I do. Two can play that game. Well, I guess we're going to keep going with Solomon. Why are you going that way? Ouch. Bloody invisible landmines. Yeah, so I believe I've said this before, but even at maxed out Minesweeper, there will still be invisible mines that you can do nothing about. Something you will learn very quickly in the post game domain, Terra domain, as you're trying to trek through 99 floors and you constantly run into invisible explosions. It is definitely a challenge. You definitely feel like you accomplished something once you do it, though. And heaven forbid you have to hunt for certain Digimon to catch, which in my little power recipe I do because I catch wild Digimon. And if I make a Diaboromon or an Omegamon, I have to catch the wild versions of them so I can get access to all 3 of their techniques. Because ones you raise yourself will only come with one of the 3 techniques as opposed to all 3 of them, which is a bit lame if you ask me. I feel like if you since they restored the 3 techniques in this hack, they probably should have just let them learn them naturally as you raise them, because they're such a pain to get to in the first place because they're 20 DP apiece. I mean, come on. But I don't know. It's just my thoughts on the matter. Naturally, you missed. You are disappointing. I've never had a bug type Digimon in this game that sucked so much. Just constantly missing, slower, inexplicably. What on earth? Should have just left you as Grand Koagomon. Honestly, that's what I'll do from now on. Just work on power recipes as we move through, which is the way I normally play the game. Good news is our max MP is so high at this point that it's each time we guard, we get a fair bit back. 2 more levels. So yeah, just 1800 more experience, roughly. Unless I'm just completely mistaken about. Hurry up, lad. We can't wait all day for you. Come on. Come on. Here, boy. Good lad. Good lad. Oh yeah. So yeah, next time through, what I would probably do is would still do the Megadramon Yanmamon mix, but then that Grand Kawagamon would just stay as is. And then I would do the other little speed technique of capturing a Kunimon just as we're progressing, cap it out, and then when we get the trade Metal Mamemon, combining those two, and then between those two Scissor Arm Omega users, they'll just blitz through fights for us, and then we can start working on start doing power recipes to to build the actual final team. It's difficult to convey just how much it speeds up battles when you can hit. You can fully debuff the defense on the first turn consistently, as opposed to taking 2 turns to do it. And then if your bug has a missing problem like mine does, at least the other one very likely is connecting. Did I misjudge how much experience you need for 21? What am I going this way for? I wonder what kind of bug trap that is. Ha, return bug. Of course it is. This domain's a nightmare. It just has it out for me. It's time to slow down and heal some MP again if we're going to keep going until Solomon hits 21 in this run. Although, again, we need to get Kunamon to 11 anyway, so. Yeah, I think I'll just. We'll exit and do that. Because we'll have to exit and evolve him and then get the remaining, 3 levels to camp him out anyway. So either way, extra troops are going to be had. Yeah, how are we looking? We can also purchase more Digibeetle parts now. Let's see. What did we buy last time? It is Digibeetle Factory. So we have the Hornet Ram and the Hulk box. We need the tires, the arm, the hands, and the DM transfer. So, alright, it's not here that has the upgraded. Well, that's just annoying. We have to go to Device Dome. But nah, I don't wanna. I suppose since we don't have to catch anything for. Hold on. It's bug and RAM domain, correct? So, let me check. Or wait, maybe it's. Bug and ROM. Yeah, it is Bug and RAM. What kind of critters can we find in RAM domain? Are there wild holy Angemon? No. There are. Wait. There are 3 bosses there. So yeah, we can in Bug domain we can catch wild. Well, we could have gotten it soft domain too at floor 13 or 14. Bug domain is 12 to 14. Huh. The thing about Bug domain though is it's actually, well, bugged, and if you clear RAM domain first, then it glitches out, and you can continue the story without completing it. And the boss the bosses sort of break because they're still there because you didn't trigger the flag that said you cleared them. Uh, but when you enter their room, they'll just be sitting in there like a wild Digimon, and you can shoot gifts at them and capture their Digimon. But for us, we're going to have to head to, well, since we're here, we're going to purchase some stuff and then head to. soft domain because we have to get to floor, what was it, 40 to get Holy Angemon. Okay. Hulk box was the last thing we got. So we need the gravity tires. And then the magnum arm. Now, hopefully, if we sell this stuff, as well as the old tires, it will be enough to afford the arm. Oh, okay. And that just leaves the Ultra Hand and the DM transfer. Well, as well as these two cannons, I suppose. Now our Digibeetle will look normal since we have red tires matching the red frame. I don't think that's enough for anything. Because, well, it's enough for the two cannons. No, it's not enough for the hands. Oh, it is for the DM transfer. We'll just go in order. We'll grab the cannons. Get them installed. Even though we don't use them. Or I neglect using them to be more accurate. Now we're armed and very dangerous to ourselves. So you know the drill. We'll level Kunemon first, as we're going through floors with easier fights, and then we'll switch to Soulmon when we get a little further along. Honestly, maybe we should have bought some speed chips instead of the or a speed chip instead of the cannons. Just to slap on this. Holy cow, he got up after that. They must have quite good HP that I didn't expect. I'm curious if the other two's HP matches up to Seedrimon's. Because if that did 110 damage last turn, that was probably it. As I was saying. Ah. You know what? I believe Kunimon can finish that. Don't prove me wrong. It's not full of damage. For the love of... This is why we can't have nice things. $291. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. 4 more. Keep them a coming. That's a back to Soulmon fight. That's what that is. Even he might not survive. That's a... Oh dear. Hope and Cope fights what that is. Almost, probably. You're near Foxfire. So it's an interesting, mentioning an interesting thing. Let's not combine words here. Earlier about how you could take a BIOS Metal Greymon and combine it with a wild Soulmon that you did not evolve into Phantomon, and you would end up with a toy Agumon that would turn into Leomon, into Pangemon, and then into Saber Leomon. And how Saber Leomon's interesting because you type switch. You go from Vaccine, which Toy Agumon, Leomon, and Ice Leomon all are, to being data type Saber Leomon. Well, the Garurumon lineup is the same in that, well, it's actually a little more to extreme even because Gabumon is data type, and then Garurumon is Vaccine, and then Where Garurumon is Vaccine, and then Metal Garurumon is data again. Level 30. And one more level on Soulmon to go. About 900 experience. Should do something around there. Yeah, 957. I must say, this domain started off with higher level fights than I was expecting. I think that one's doable. For Kunimon to survive? Yeah, surely. This is probably a terrible mistake. This, in fact, was a terrible mistake. It's I will say it is nice, just aesthetically, not having those ugly X marks in these two boxes. Toy tank. That too, there'll still be bug traps or bug nests that pop up despite having a maxed out sweeper. I'm not sure this is worth wasting EP for. I say as if we were any risk of running out. Yeah, I don't. That's what 5 rooms I checked right there, and not a single fight. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to save state just in case, because I'm not confident that Kunemon can survive this fight in the slightest. Maybe if I confuse Giromon. Oh, now you attack first, naturally. Well, so far so good. And he's even attacking them with deadly bomb. Okay, Kaiser nail, one shot. Holy cow! Uh, we definitely want this going. Wow, we can get our Heracles Carboterium on now, but we have more levels to get first, as well as a captured Holy Angemon. Truthfully, at this point, any fights could level Kunimon, so there's a part of me that wonders what is the point of doing these. I must you guard. Oh, we're getting unlucky again. So they're supposed to target the one furthest to the wall over there. So, which would be Atler Kabuterimon the most, but we're getting bent over by RNG, and instead they seem to be focusing the third slot, or rather, unwieldy amount. We're not going to fight the Metal Greymon group. That's silly. We will do the Mamemon group. That we can at least control a little bit who they're attacking. So those weaken all of a certain type moves, both offensively and defensively, they are or could be useful, especially on like a mono type run. Except the Digimon that get them will get the one that works against the type that their type is already strong against. So Digitamamon is data. So it's going to get the one that weakens vaccine type, but it's already good against vaccine type because he's data. So what's the point? Guess we didn't have to night raid after all. This is the last fight we'll do before just buzzing through to Holy Angemon. Who is on floor 13 and 14? No, I should have Heavens healed with Pumpkinmon. That's what I should have done. there, and then necromagic. I'll go in. Well, no, I'll go in necromagic. We're not in any danger of getting KO. Plus, one of the Garurumons has a habit of guarding, so we could even take one attack per turn. Now we'll Heaven's Heal, and then we'll Soul Chopper. So floors 13 and 14 are what we're going to be aiming for. So I do need to try and remember to set. Okay, it's just an EP bug. But yeah, so Digitalmamon learns a technique to weaken data types, or rather vaccine types, while being data type. Uh, Monzaimon learns an attack that weakens virus types while being vaccine type, and Warumonzaimon learns an attack that weakens data types despite being virus. I don't know about them. So, three abilities that would be really useful in monotype runs are completely worthless uh, for you because they're basically just, well, I guess for certain, or for at least one of the three types, they can serve as, well, So Scissor Arm and Scissor Arm Omega are virus locked because they come from the Kuwagamon line, which means, say, vaccines don't have any way to debuff the enemy's defense. They can do offense with Tidal Wave, but if you grab Monzaimon on the way to Digimon, no less, then you will at the very least be able to nerf virus types attack and defense with one skill. And again, most of the bosses towards endgame are virus type. Huh. And then for Vera's type, you have no way to weaken the opposing offense. Well, no, I'll take that back. You do with MP Destroyer. It's got a similar effect to Hornbuster, but instead of doing damage, it drains MP from it. It drains whatever MP cost the opponent's technique used. So it's a bit like Necromagic in that you slurp MP and recover yourself. But you could go to Warumon Zaimon on the way to Metal Itamon, I guess, if you wanted him. I've never been too high on the Itamon line, honestly. And at the very least, you could GIMP data types. But I don't know. It would be better if they even the playing field against, say, the type that's strong against you. I would even take neutral, truthfully. Um, Even your like weakening your own. Well, no, weakening your own type wouldn't work since it affects the entire field, including your own teammates. So yeah, that wouldn't work. But I don't know. I feel like they would be a very nice pickup for monotype runs if it was made to if you could help yourself with against the type you're bad into. But I guess there's always those items. Huh. No, the ones with the guard squad are similar, win more items in that they weaken the type you're already good against. I'm glad I decided to double back there. Okay, so which floors was it? 13 and 14, correct? Yes. So we'll need to save state before entering the next panel. Well, that's no good. Okay, save state. So we have two floors to capture Holy Angemon on. This is awkward. I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure reminder Tekkamon is where you get MP Destroyer from. Oh, right, we have the best tires now. We don't have to worry about acid swamps anymore. We're immune to all of them. Every single one. Guess we'll go through this one. But looks like we're getting unlucky here. I'll check this room. Ah, there we are. So, now here the awkwardness starts because of the way they're lined up. No, never mind. I could have sworn he was on the left. Ah, I think there's a. Is it Seraphimon and Skull Mammothmon? Is that what it is? Where the healer's on the left. Maybe misremembering, but I could have sworn this fight was annoying to try to, say, capture Holy Angemon because of that. Oh, okay. That should do it and get us Holy Angemon. Oh, that was lucky. So now we can just combine him with the Metal Greymon we end up with. And as you can see there, once you start getting the ones that are higher than level 21 in the wild, their stats start to get boosted just a tad. That being said, he is worse than the trade one because he has uh, Heaven's Knuckle instead of Fairy Tail. But he does have Heaven's Heel, so also I'm actually fine with Kunimon getting KO'd because he's at level 9. And we still need to capture 2 Maduki Betamon from Boot Domain. Do we have the items for that? Oh. The truck should be enough, but I'll grab an extra toy car just in case. Just in case. How much space do we have? We have 2 slots. We'll evolve. Well, first of all, we're going to fix our line. Also, this Holy Angemon, since he starts at 24, means he will cap at 29. So the only wild 24 um, that stops at 28 is Blossomon for some reason. Normally the 22 and to 23 ones go to 28, and then 24 to 25 go to 29. And then the wild 26 ones, which are the ones, those duos like the Zudamon Waymon pair, they go to 30. So, yes. That being said, we'll probably just level him to 25 to get the extra level, and then combine him with Metal Greymon. So, what I have up for the moment at least. Now let's evolve to Heracles Kabuteriumon. What a friendly looking lad. 83, 84. You know what? While we're here, I'm going to buy one speed chip. After I sell an EP pack. Nothing really. Well, we don't need these. Okay, now give me a moment to attempt to remember what. Okay, so the stat chip. Okay, the DNA up chip and DNA down chip is +1 or -1 to your DP every time. The armor. Okay, the attack, defense, and speed chips um, are 1 to 3. It's random. They can give one anywhere from 1 to 3 points in the stat. So if we check, he has 83 speed. We're going to, well, first of all, we're going to save state before we use it. Okay. Oh, first try. We got 3 points. So now he has 2 points higher speed. Now, that's not a guarantee he's going to go first, so I will want to add more speed chips to him. At least one more, just to spread it out. Now, we do have, let's see. Pumpkinmon's level, I believe, will stop at 33, whereas he will go to 35. So he should comfortably maintain a speed lead and even stretch it slightly. Uh, and then we don't know where the Metal Greymon's going to end up, although it will likely be quite good since we're going through so many steps for him. He should have even better stats than those two, honestly. But we shall see. So yeah, imagine checking, getting, grinding stat chips out over and over, and then making sure they get 3 points in the stat every time, all the way up until you max the stat. Now imagine doing that with multiple Digimon. All I'll say is wait till you see my main file. Okay. As I said, I believe the toy truck will be enough. Yes, it is enough. So the tank will be overkill. Now where Gizamon and Madoki Beatamon either work. We're not too fussed about it. Good work, team. Let's double, triple check we still have a slot open for Madoki Beatamon. We do in fact have a slot open for Madoki Beatamon. Yes. See. Medium heart. Thought you'd take more refreshes than the last time. Oh, don't want to do that. Ah, first try every time. We are done here. Now we evolve Kunemon. We need to cap it, and then as well as the two Betamons. Although Kunemon. That actually reminds me, I had forgotten to evolve Phantomon because there's no reason not to with this setup. Okay, so you will cap, I think, at 14, as do they, but how are you on 1675? Now the question is, what domain do I want to go to let's just save for anything else. And now, this will just go to laser. I can never remember which domain. Come on, come on. There you go. I can never remember the order of the last few domains before you go into um, File Island. Well, that's a good sign. He's going first. Just got to make sure it's consistent. Getting regular scissor arm is why we don't just go ahead and um, merge the Soulmon slash Phantomon with the Kawagamon. Okay, we're not going to do laser domain. Because if you're fighting a single boss, using Scissor Arm Omega is just a waste of MP. Because. Actually, let me check that. I've been under the impression that Scissor Arm Omega and Scissor Arm have the same AP, and the only difference is one is AoE and one is not. So, okay. So Scissor Arm, yeah, 22.5 versus 22.5. But it's, and it's triple the MP, which is fair because you're hitting theoretically 3 opponents. Like, it's about the most fairly cost move, really. It's just a steal for also lowering the defense. Incidentally, Giga Scissor Claw, which is Heracles Calvaterimon's move, which we won't be using, it's worse than Atler Calvaterimon's move. It's because it's just like um, Venom Infusion from Venom Vamdemon, in that it doesn't work. Now, luckily, it won't freeze the game on you, unlike Venom Vamdemon's, but nonetheless, it doesn't actually stop the opposing attack, the enemy's attack. Grand Kuwagemon's move X Scissor Claw is much more useful because it's 55 power, which the strongest single target uh, ultimate tier techniques are 60 power, but it's also No, it's the same MP cost, I believe, as Terra. Yeah, both of them are 40, so it's it is worse than like Terra Force and the like, but okay. Just take stock of everything one last time. So that was laser domain, correct? So I guess we'll try the other side. What was it, colored? Yeah, we'll try colored domain. This looks more standard. Why I'm still guarding with him, I don't know. Sometimes I just do things. He won't get a chance to attack anyway, hopefully. Okay, now let me check and make sure he's not capped now, because I don't want to waste a fight. Yeah, it'll take one more. Probably try to move to a higher floor as well. There's Numamon. There's another Numamon. It was the last place I looked. So we'll go ahead and do this one to finish off the Kuwagamon. You know, I should have expected that. Really. I had all to do that one. Yeah. And now, the Betamon squad. Wait, is this going to be a decent? No, it's the bad one. Oh, now remember, we just have to go to 14 with them as well, so we don't have to worry too much about getting the absolute creme de la creme experience. We're beginning to look like the Virus start, where you grab two Betamon and then you keep using the one that's stronger once they, even though both of them cap. And both of them, both, I forget, both of them are used for pretty neat DNA combinations in the run, from what I remember, or, or I have a vague recollection of something like that. Wait a minute. Okay. Don't approve of that. Oh yeah. So I mentioned before that you kind of kill your speed if you keep DNAing them down to child form. However, that is better for your other stats because you have that many. Each evolution, you get 30 HP and 30 MP, and then the highest stat level growth comes in. I wish I had another AoE attack. That's another thing about this little recipe. It's not spectacular. Oh, good lad. Oh, I got distracted again. The highest your stat. Okay, your highest stat growth is in the child stage levels, and then the adult stage would be next, and then it gradually winds down to where by the time you hit um, ultimate, you're barely piddling away at one stat up per level, if that, because after a certain point, you're not even guaranteed to gain a stat point on level up anymore. If this is the Carpetarium when we're not okay, it's not good. Also, we're unfortunately running out of MP, so we're not going to be able to finish these lads off in this trip. But honestly, that's fine because it's going to be quite a while before we need them anyway. So we have time because we're still not on the Okuamon step done yet. Three more fights will do it, but he just ain't got the juice for it. Yeah, he couldn't even get one more off, and I do not have any. No, so let's double check. Get maxed, maxed. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Don't have enough bits to polish anything else off. So I just went out and caught a Holy Angemon just to speed up the demonstration. But if I was doing it on my own and was doing this build, well, I wouldn't have to because I'd be following my power recipe, which would do things in quite a different order. But what I would do is I would construct another one of the Holy Angemons that I turned into what's going to be Rosemon, where I make a natural Phantomon that has Necromagic and Soul Chopper, as well as MP Destroyer, because I have to go through Technomon to do that. And then I would mix that with a wild Pitomon, and then that would take me up to Holy Angemon, probably about. Now, I wouldn't have to capture a wild Pitomon and train all the way to 20. Instead, I could capture a wild Clearagumon and evolve it, and then DNA them. Now, the result, I would have to be careful because, let's see, the Phantomon would be at 3 DP, so DNAing it with the Pitomon would get it to 4. And here, I'll just demonstrate why that could be a bit of an issue. Okay. No, never mind. That's fine. Because Clear Agumon becomes Angemon at DP 0 to 2, which is fine. Because you go through Pitomon anyway to get Mega Heal, but really it's Holy Angemon that you want. And the issue is if you end up with Angemon, he becomes Andromon, unless he has 6 or higher DP, then he becomes Holy Angemon. Whereas Pitomon immediately goes to Holy Angemon, and instead, if he has 6 or higher, he'll go into Giromon, which has Deadly Bomb, which is a decent AoE move. I mean, it's tied for the strongest. It's tied with Night Raid. All of these will eventually lead to Seraphimon, by the way, including the Andromon, because High Andromon isn't in the game. He is in 3, though, as a boss. So look forward to that, I suppose. But yeah, so you wouldn't have to worry about it. If you were 1 higher DP, then it could cause an issue. But if you've went a different path than what I had laid out for you, then you might end up with more or less DP. Now, this little lad's going to go all the way to 22 and learn Scissor Arm Omega, and then we're going to combine him with Greymon. But remember, if you did not start Silver Cross, then you can go ahead and finish leveling this Naragamon to 13, and he'll be Yukidaramon, and you can use that instead to shift into the vaccine insect line, which is the Tentomon Kabuterimon line, which will go to 24. And then after that, the Ikakumon that you have to have for story will give us a 26 Waymon. And then these little lads will take it from here. They merge into a new Betamon, go to level 16, merge with the Waymon, and then now you're back to Metal Greymon. But yes, to finish off, if I wasn't so impatient about just wanting to demonstrate things to you, I would just construct a better Phantomon, or and then turn it into an even better Holy Angemon than just the wild one. Starting immediately at double perfects. I don't know. It's going to be here. We'll just go to a different domain because that one's a bit too spicy for us to start out with. Let's let's hit card and just I will wait until we can get something better than. Yeah, there you go. You catch that clear Agumon and take it to level 14 Angemon. Or you just catch the Angemon and then immediately combine it with your Phantomon. Either way works because it's the same mob. This is okay. These two fights should give us a little bit of a cushion experience-wise. And I have a much better chance of surviving with a couple extra levels to the HP and defense. One 46 is a little better experience than I realized that they gave. Yeah, we'll buff her to level 5 and then start worrying about higher levels of experience. Should be stout enough by then to not need to be babied quite as much. Should. We've beat on them enough, so we'll. I don't think they really give appreciably more experience than what we were just fighting, so I will pass them up as well. I was about to say, where do you think you're going, lad? Ah, that's no good either. Really not. It shan't be too much longer. We'll be getting things worth fighting, hopefully. Not this one, though. If you're the Copterium one, then maybe. No. What domain is this again? Code. Code's max experience is 303. Yeah, I probably should just pulled things up. 303. Start getting 190s on floor 5 and the like. 303 is from the Piccolomon group. That's. There's also the Vaidmon group. Now the real prize is the Airdramon group. They're easy enough to deal with. Starting in this floor, though, we can start getting 190 per fight. See, these should be the Carboteriumon groups. Yeah. But unfortunately for them, I have no interest. And unfortunately for us, I have no choice. Maybe we should just grab them. It's like 22 takes all that long to get to. Right. Well, we're back to this again. So speed works on turn order works on sort of a range based on your speed, as opposed to, oh, if they have higher speed, they will always go first. There is a point where that does become the case, but I'm not certain exactly what it is, and I'm not entirely certain anyone is. Just know that it's more than a point or two. Oh, yes. Now, right. Well, don't you feel silly? I know I do. That's funny. You know what? We'll do the fight anyway. Actually, no. It's Carboterimon's too Tismy. Too Tismy. must be joking. An unusually linear version of that floor. Quite strange. Wait, which one was that? You're the lame one. Can't be arsed. Because it's just 190 again. Come on, we gotta at least get a lead off with a 2. Can't expect us to get anywhere with all these 190s. Gotta make it worth the MP train if nothing else. We have to go up there anyway. Come on, we have 5 more fights we have to do for Kunimon, and then 2 more for the Betamon duo. Although, I'm hoping for an MP disc, but it ain't happening. This could work. Not quite what I was hoping for. Parts fix. There's probably not one up here. Yeah. That may have been the single worst treasure room that I've ever actually opened everything in. Hmm. Nah, not that one. Pokemon. Of course it's Pokemon. I've about decided this domain is not spectacular for training. Honestly, the domains in File Island are just far superior. As long as you can. Here we are. Here's the good stuff. The Seedramon fight is not quite as good as this one, but in a pinch it'll do, yeah. Almost 300 experience per fight. That's how you get to 2021 relatively quickly. You got up from that. Oh yeah, that shouldn't have been surprising. We've been here before. Deja vu all over again. Now you guard, you Shadow's Eye, you zap the flamey boy. Now let's hope this hits Shellmon next. I shouldn't have said it. I should not have said it. That's on me. It won't happen again. This fight, at least. Good time to necro magic, I suppose. Ouch. That tickles. Oh, yeah. Going back to stat growths for a second, because so speed, for some inexplicable reason, just has significantly lower growths than the other two stats, than the other two non-HP MP stats. So what ends up happening is, so you get, but you get a boost of it if you, when you DNA uh, to higher tier Digimon, and you get the lowest from it if you go down to child, and that's why when you consistently go down to that level, the speed will seem so much lower than everything else. But the good news is the enemies aren't in much better shape, typically. Okay, so the room should be here, and these two fights will be enough to get Kunimon done. Hopefully. Oh, I was debating on whether I wanted to just let Kunimon take a couple swings at, but this is fine. We're about to level anyway, and get fairly useless attack, but oh well. It'll be there to sit in the corner and look shiny. You'll even keep the bloody thing. Also, Shadow Floor, or Darkness Floor, not Shadow Floor, should power up our Soul Chopper pretty nicely. Should. That's a lot of damage. That not so much. Fire resists dark, remember? Disables enemy attack, it says. Lies. Now, the little bugger is. So you can already tell his stats are a lot higher than the wild Kunimon we caught that and got to this level. Does he have it? Well, he just leveled, so he should. I was about to say, does he have enough juice to do 2 fights? Oh, 3 fights. 3 maybe pushing it. Maybe. Depends on how. Do we want to risk it? No, we do not want to risk it. Now, hopefully this does not hit. Good. And naturally, they hit the same one. I'm going to attack with one of them, just to hopefully guarantee Pidomon falls. Errors were made. Okay, he attacked. I think we're safe. I'll let them attempt to finish up. I should have swapped that, because the one on the right's the one that is weakened. Yep. Oops. I'll let this one do the deed. Just guard with that one. Huh? I thought he had 18 left. Cursed blurry numbers. Oh well, we'll get him next time. It really doesn't matter. Again, that's them being involved is quite a ways off still. Let's evolve Kunemon. And now we can stand to go to A bit stouter of a dungeon. Also, we get our rose. Yeah, the one weakness here is we don't have an interrupt. So if she got confused, we'd be in a bit of a bugaboo. Also, I think we can get our next Digibeetle part now. Maybe. Let's see, what did we have left? We had just gotten the cannons. Okay, we do need that hand. Uh, I think the hand and the DM transfer are all we have left. Which, depending on how much we get from selling the old hand, we might could just about afford said DM transfer. Yep. Keep the parts fixes. They are useful for Terra Domain. I say as if we'll be going to Terra Domain on this save file. One 24 defense. Ah, it's interesting that his stats have ended up so much better than hers. Because, let's see. So Mega Dramon plus Yanmamon. Yeah, so this is DP2 versus DP4. Which was Wizardmon into. Yeah, she should have better stats than that because the Wizardmon even went with one of the super level 16 Dark Tyrannomons. I guess I just got unlucky about which stats carried over. If more of the that Dark Tyrannomon stat carried over instead of Wizardmon's, I bet she would be a little stouter than this. Now, unfortunately, her growths are more towards the defensive side anyway, as well as MP. But that is what it is. 'Tis what it is. Oh, might help if I actually purchase the DM transfer. Just maybe. Well, good news is we've successfully upgraded our Digibeetle as much as it's financially convenient to. The only thing we could do from now is get the better engines, and I believe there's one better battery currently available. That was a good draw. Return bugs. That. Well, this looks suspicious. Okay. I'm watching you, Domain. I'm watching. Much as I loathe this fight, we'll do it. We'll do it. Gotta get some levels in old Bug Boy. Gotta get Scissor on Bug Boy. I think you will quickly see just how much convenience being able to double Scissor Arm Omega in one turn is. Because remember, the attack itself is actually not all that strong. It's the equivalent of a mid-tier single target adult tier technique, just AoE, AP wise. I'll throw an attack into him just because he can sometimes get. I beg your pardon. There's no bloody way you're faster than. All right. No. My mistake. I forgot. Gesumon lowers speed. The twat. Luckily, he's not getting up in the morning. Okay. I'll keep it just because I think Tentomon's attack is randomly targeted. I seem to recall that. So, if we want a low MP, finish off a sliver of health move, we can use that one. Although, uh, we will have. No, never mind. Yeah, that's useful. I was about to say we'll have Soul Chopper, but no, we won't because the Phantomon was only 21 instead of 22. Tragic. Hmm. We didn't budge. Normally they at least try to run. This bugs me. It just it being there. It is certainly not. The thing is, even if it did work, it would not be worth um, twice the MP of Hornbuster because they do right at the same damage as well. The only difference is this makes the attack just tickle you, and this supposed to cancel the attack. But I don't know. I think I'll take the likely single-digit damage that a Hornbuster after two tidal waves is going to do versus this one for 20 more MP. I don't know. Call me crazy. Okay, let's. Bet you can't guess which Digimon that's from. Also, yes, let's rename Cherry Bomb into Pit Pelter. I am cursed with bugs this run, clearly. I'm uncertain what I did to deserve it, but I'm sure I do. That was the most convenient way that that fight could have ended up. Like the way I mentioned, I was keeping the child TM move to have a convenient finish off when they're at a sliver of health technique for lower MP, only to not use it. Yeah, yeah, that's me. Only the most efficient of moves. Ouch. Hmm. Um, hmm. She's consistently moving fast again. I don't understand it. Oh well, that's convenient for us at least. Able to recover some MP. I didn't bother necromagicking with her because, well, she was already fairly high up. Stop guarding, you twat! And die! Get out of here! You know what? Why not? Just you wanker. Oh, you didn't get up from that, did you? It is funny the way they bounce around, like they're spazzing out. They also just stands there. Can't be arsed. That's level 14. Can we make it 7 more levels before we reach the bottom? The answer probably would not surprise you. Wait, do you have to move twice to get him to run away once? Is that what it is? That actually may be it. I'm, I'm having vague recollections of that, which is pretty amusing. Seriously, how's this happening? You know, that was quite a bit of damage. I'd rather you stop. You just had to do that, didn't you? Well, probably need both of them since she's been weakened. Oh, so also, I'm not certain if you've noticed, but Scissoron and Scissoron Omega actually lower the defense before they do damage, which means they're smarter than most of the first uh, couple year MP designs in FGR. Which is funny and sad at the same time. Must you? It is an amusing name for an attack, I suppose. Wait, why does he have. That already does damage. Why give him another one? Why does he have Cherry Bomb as well? I knew there was something fishy about that. He's just cheating, is what he is. I don't appreciate it. That's rude. Guess this is all we're going to be fighting for a while. It is very good experience. They're giving almost 500 a pop. Just have to. I'm going to focus down Watermon Zymon this time instead of Phantom. I wish you were slower. I know that's controversial. I know I haven't said it very much, but you need to be slower. Oh no. That was the worst. And naturally he does that. See, again, he's Vera's type. What's the point of giving him oh, I guess you do serve a use. Bully. Uh, who did I target there? Okay. I suppose this is the best option. See, that is the appropriate order. Glad we agree. Hmm. It will will ceaselessly bother me how kind of HP recovery fares. Just guard with you. And then Necromagic next turn. But it will ceaselessly bother me how they, for some inexplicable reason, just could not come up with a new ultimate or another ultimate to add into the game. So the Tyrannomon line and Monochromon line and Tricheramon could all evolve into something, and then X Tyrannomon. Well, X Tyrannomon should be fine. X Tyrannomon and Metal Tyrannomon should be fine because they're both Virus. Why can they not just turn into Mugendramon? Why is Skull Greymon the only one that can? And for that matter, why not have Black War Greymon in the game and let that be the unique thing that Skull Greymon turns into? Because Skull Greymon is not easy to get into, as I've explained before. You have to evolve. If you don't cross a Mugendramon with very certain things, like 3 different things, are all you can, that work for it. I think it's like Prince Momomon's one of them, maybe Rosemon. I forget exactly. Um, then you can't even go into Skull Greymon. Otherwise, you have to go down to Greymon, and then he has to have 9 or higher DP, and then he'll turn into Skull Greymon. Which also can screw you over when going for Omegamon, because you need 20 DP to go from Metal Greymon into Omegamon. But if you start at Greymon and you have 20 DP, you're going to turn into Skull Greymon and not Metal Greymon. So I'm sure you can see the rub there. What was it, 5,800 for 21? So by the time Kunimon hits, should be 0 experience all the way up to capping out, is what I'm attempting to get at. Never mind, maybe he just can't move sometimes. Sometimes you just ain't got it. I get it. I get it. But yeah, Black War Greymon would not have been difficult to implement. I mean, at least one of the other hacks did just that, and essentially gave him Prince Momemon's triggered counter as an attack. So it's just AoE Terra Force, which without having to rely on it, a counter being triggered to cause it to do that, does make it a bit OP. But I do think they raised the MP cost at least. Now, as for what they could have added for the data side, because that's easy, because you already have War Greymon in the game. You even have Chaos War Greymon, which is already essentially Black War Greymon. It's just a very minor palette swap from there, or just a palette swap in general for regular War Greymon. So clearly, I doubt they wouldn't have had the space to do it. I don't know. Actually, come to think of it, Blackwater Greymon may not have actually existed yet because he hadn't appeared in the anime yet. Huh. That's what it was. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's just a coincidence that Chaos War Greymon resembles him so much. That being said, they still could have done something for the data dinos. It's difficult. Oh, that being said, it is difficult. Well, it's difficult to know what they could have put in because uh, it's a bit tricky to, at least on the English side, find resources that show you what all Digimon were available at the time and what their types were. Because this is 2001 is when this game came out. So it would have to have been something available like 2000 back to coincide with the development of the game. See, nowadays it's obvious, oh, Rust Tyrannomon, which is really neat. I quite like Rust Tyrannomon. It's pretty cool, but I'm fairly certain he was not a thing yet. I'm pretty sure he's a new addition to the canon. You know what? I must say, you know, it could have been something. It could have been a contender. Okay. Can we please end this fight before my poor red bug gets squashed? He's getting rather lower. It's getting dark. The little lights ain't twinkling as much anymore. Okay, we managed to skin the cat on that one. Okay, 4 more. I think they've got enough juice to make it. By that point, they'll level anyway, so. Surely it's not 3 movements before he gets to move. I don't know. Could could you not? Just please. I'm asking you here. Just relax. Still doing a number. Said number was 39, by the way. For those keeping drag it on. You strange folk that like numbers. Maybe I should introduce you to Tiscaya. You'll have all the numbers you could ever want. Sure. Now he moves first. Oh well. Of course. You know, it's funny, speaking of Rust Tyrannomon, it's interesting that it took them so long to design a an obvious ultimate form for Tyrannomon because Tyrannomon was actually the first Digimon they ever designed. He was, that's right, he was there right on. Okay, 3 fights. I have doubts, but maybe there's another room up here. No, there isn't. I just about ran into that again. I'm hesitant to do this one just because having our own magic turned against us is just sad. I don't like it. So I've decided you need necromagic, and you could use another AoE that's stronger than, or to use after Scissor Arm Omega is already double stacked. Or he can just use Selamon's attack instead of Scissor Arm Omega. And naturally, the one that does not have an interrupt is the one that doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. I must say, this speed thing is beginning to rub me the wrong way. Yeah, so his attack is frustrating because he can inflict motivation down and confusion. It's just there are limits to the amount of cheek one should be allowed to have, if you asked me. We don't really care about Garbage-Mon living, so well, I was hoping I could at least whatever. That's annoying because it means we can't recover MP anymore. But at the very least, we can not actually use it. Oh, now you attack first. This should be a lot smoother now. Should. Yeah. Never in doubt. One more fight will do us. See, we just enough. We're already 400 over what we need for 21. Right. 30, 60. So that's an AoE attack. It's I want to say it's second tier AoE, maybe third tier of AoE at ultimate level. Well, our Phantomon, fancy meeting you here. Ah, I must. I must. Okay. If I knew he was going to go first, I would have showed off her signature attack. I think her attack's at the same tier Metal Seedramon's is in. Here I go again, just going, I think, instead of just uh, checking. Now she can't use it. The cheek. Let's see. Whatever. Regard. Hopefully she recovers. No. Nope. Let's check these tiers right quick. So. Okay. So the top tier is 45 AP. Again, not counting Smiley Warhead from Prince Mummymon, because obviously it is the overall strongest attack in the game. But so below the 45 tier, you have the 42.5 tier, which is Imperial Dramon's attack, Pukamon's attack, and then below that you have the 40 tier, which is Griffinmon, Skull Mammothmon. And then below that, so tier 4, you have Metal Siegmons at 37.5 and Metal Garurumons, and then Boltmons also at that. And then at the very bottom, you have, unfortunately, Rosemons, which is the weakest ultimate AoE. So yeah, I knew it was the weakest. I just didn't realize there were that many tiers of them. So that's unfortunate. Just to put it in perspective, um, hold on. Yeah, all enemies. Just to put it into perspective, Night Raid and the like, yeah, Deadly Bomb, Night Raid, and Trick or Treat are at 30 AP versus 35, but they're 20 MP lower. 30 if you count Pumpkin Mons, but again, trading the entirety of your defense for the rest of the turn, as we've seen, is certainly not worth it, and it just gets you into trouble more often than not. More often than not. Okay. I'm going to try one more time to guard with her. Did not work. Unlucky. I don't know what I'm even bothering doing here. He's going to level after this anyway. And it's the last fight we need to do. Just a lot of things going the shape of the pair here. Almost 200 damage. Quite lovely. Now the big question will be, oh, level 5. Almost. Almost. One more fight at this tier will get us to 22. So again, once you get to this point, doing this process really doesn't take all that long. It's just double, triple check we don't have anything else to. You're at 9, you're at 8. What I want to try to. Okay, so we're going to get him to 22 and go ahead and all right. I'm gonna try to get him to 22 and both of the betas to 11 before, and then we'll go ahead and do the combine with Greymon to turn him into the Tentom Online, and then we'll pick up from there next time. Okay, in a fight like this, I'll just switch to the betas. Now, if we remember last time, he one-shot everyone but the Raremon. So he has gotten a level since then, so maybe he'll one-shot that. No, he didn't. He did not. Luckily, I think between the two beat him on that, they can polish him off. Yeah, easy as. Never in doubt. Now, uh, one of them will be 12, while the other hits 11, but that's fine. They they both turn into Dark Tyrannomon, both learn 5 lost. I'm not going to miss it. Plus, they cap at 14 anyway, so. Doesn't even matter. It's a bit less damage than I would have liked. So now we know to spread their attacks over both of the bears. Although the second one probably would not have finished him. No, no, they would have. They had less HP than I gave them credit for. Disappoint. So I'm actually going to have to go into the middle room. That's. I do need one more fight anyway, don't I? Yes. What did we learn? Target both of the bears. Curious if they'd be enough to one turn the rest of Ugamon. Not quite. I will let them, however, finish him though, nonetheless. Of course, it's the Berbermon mobs. Either way, we would have had to have fought them. There was no getting away from them. They're everywhere. They're in the walls. So we're aiming for at least the 190 plus experience mobs. Because that way we just have to do 2 fights instead of 3. We're being trolled again. Well, we're going to have to go back in here. I'm very good at picking the wrong room every time. And then we have to go all the way around. No, that can't be right. Ah, I don't know why I thought there was a dead end as well. Wait, how much do they give? They give enough, but I'm I've already set my heart on the Airdramon mobs, which will be the next floor. Luckily, he was on a darkness floor, so we didn't have to deal with him. This a dead end, or yeah? Nah. Might as well go through the one as opposed to the two, if we can help it. There's one, and just one more after it, and we'll be done for today. Again, if only I knew that she would actually. You know what? Doesn't matter. Doesn't even matter. Luckily, we got it the right order anyway. So now you can see a hair attack in action, I guess. How did Digimon survive? You ask. Same. Same. Now imagine how much that damage would have done after two Scissor Arm Omegas. But the good news is we'll be able to buy more speed chips. And now we get bit in the behind. That's what we get for trying things. Always wait to feed chips to them. Well, with the exception of like DNA up or down chips. The actual stat chips, save those for when you've got them, you've gotten all the techniques you want, and you've got them to whichever Digimon you want them to be, and then give them. And then you're okay to pump those stats. Eventually, you would have to anyway, because even if you kept the uh, mind-numbing process of DNAing them several dozen, you know, I allegedly know English. Couldn't prove it though. There we are. Even if you DNA'd them enough to where their level cap hit 99, which is the cap. Wait. No, we're stopping at 22 because, right, I calculated the level cap from. Solomon was meant to stop at 20 because we weren't gonna, or take him to Phantomon did nothing for us. But whatever. This is fine. We're not missing anything here. He would cap the next level anyway, and he's not going to learn any new moves because he already has them all. Okay, let me repeat that. It's safe now because it's we know he doesn't have any more moves he's going to learn. This won't always be the case. So, generally, most of the time, you'll want to just go ahead and captain. But in specific situations such as these, early on, you know that you can, as long as you can get the right levels, you don't necessarily have to level cap everything. Hit triple digit attack already. That's pretty good. Now let's evolve these Betamon and then DNA him with the Greymon. If we did level him, what would happen is our Greymon would end up at 30. Our Metal Greymon would end up at 30 instead of 29, which, um, if you'll recall, when we got these three, once they got around 30, the amount of experience they needed just skyrocketed. So that's another reason why I don't want to take him all the way to 30. Because it's also unnecessary because at 29, the plus 4 levels here will get him to 33, and if we level him once more, which we probably will, then we can take him to 34. Which will be, I think she goes to 33, he goes to 35, so then we'd have a 34. That'd be kind of amusing. I think this one also goes to 33. What? No, no, you go to 34. No, 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 you're also 35. Never mind. Because Waymon was at 30, and Metal Momemon was at 27. Alternatively, you could just use one of those. Or never mind, you couldn't because uh, if this was if you for whatever reason didn't want Horn or Scissor Arm Omega and you started with Tentomon, then say this was Atler Kabuterimon, or rather, um, oh no, okay. What I was gonna say is just like how this one can go with like these and stay in the insect line. You could use a Tentomon and say a wild caught Dark Tyrannomon that capped at 20 or whatever, and ended up with Atler Kabuterimon like that way. But for these purposes, though, we need to not only stay in the insect line but also swap to vaccine. So we're going to use Greymon to do so. Our starter. See, look at how much the speed plummets when you do that. Tisk, tisk. All right. So next time we'll be getting that lad to 24, then smushing him together with Hikakumon, getting that lad to 26, and then smushing him together with a level 16 Dark Tyrannomon. So that'll be all for now. Hope you enjoyed. See you next time.